Call the meeting to order 10:03. Agenda additions and approval. Additions of that?
A Bill 28 discussion and another item for follow-up to railway meetings.
Okay.
That's all I've got. Oh, the delegation, I'm sorry. And we also have a delegation coming at 1 o'clock from the Bymore Bolorama, John Schofer, and at 1:30 we have Jordan Christensen from Special Areas.
Anything?
Mr. Chair, just a point of order on that. Is that we're not offside on a delegation in a short period of time like that, are we?
From Bymore?
Yeah, I know we've had in the past where we've been called out on delegation stuff, so I just want to make sure that we are following policy and not going to get ourselves offside going. I don't have a problem with them coming in. It's just that when is the Bolorama?
The 16th, 17th, I think.
April? So it is an emergent situation.
Yeah, and
I don't have a problem. I just wanted to make a note of that. That's all.
And that it was with Mr. Schofer. It was explained that he should be sending stuff in, but he said it was very emerging. So I thought for that area we would. Yeah, it's protocol. Yeah, it's just protocol. Okay. Is there anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Nothing else? Can I get it moved? Councilor Gano moves it. Call the question. All in favor? Approval of minutes. Regular council meeting March 10th, 2026 and March 25th, 2026. Did anybody see any questions or concerns on them? Councilor Walker? You'll move them? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Delegation, at 11 o'clock, we've got Jolene Covey for our financial audit. And then as we talked about, John Schofer. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got Vashon District Regional Health and Wellness Foundation. So under item 6, council's request for information was road maintenance, and we put Reeve Clark and Councilor Hunter there. It was more for the fact of that this should maybe come back to a committee of the whole. There was, everything from brushing to what shape our roads are in the spring, just to have us go through what plans are go forward as soon as the weather cooperates and which roads are on the list of the rejuvenation from what we went through last year. So I wanted to discuss it in council and ask if we could move it to committee of the whole so we have more time for discussion on it. Mike, Councilor Hunter.
So I can make a motion to move that?
Yeah, to
go
direct
to
committee of the
the
whole.
whole.
Yeah. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, for clarification. So is there any information that we can put together, especially on the brushing, that you want to look at for committee of the whole?
I got some. I can give Andrew to get it laid out for everybody.
Okay, are you looking for an estimate on costs for?
No, maybe a different policy or how we do things. I know there's been a couple of different ideas how we do it, because I know some of the brushing, the taxes aren't going to pay for it in 10 years. Is that fair? Or we raised their taxes being brought up?
Yeah.
I just didn't know another way.
So it'll bring the discussion up on brushing, but we've had a lot of comments on roads. Roads have got really soft over this last couple of weeks. Every area has had complaints come in on roads. We'd had the issues last year, so I wanted, if Public Works could come back and go through their plan with us. Councilor Nyman?
Just a note on the couple of complaints that I did have come in. The guys got on it through a little spot gravel, and people are fairly happy with it. It is probably, like I said, I've been here a long time. This is probably one of the worst years I've seen in a long time of the conditions, where it just does not want to give up. Spring just keeps eluding us. I think go forward, we will see some really nice roads because we're packing them in pretty solid, but it's going to take a lot of maintenance to catch up once we can get on them. So
Yeah, it has been dragging out because there's one that we've had closed to everything but local traffic for a couple of weeks now, and it hasn't cooperated to get the equipment back on it to straighten it out, so. Counselor Walker?
Yeah, it actually, spring ground opens up, so it's gonna get soft. It just, the way it is. I think, the size of the trucks, the restrictions, I think it's just hard on the roads. I drove around the county, or my ward there quite a bit on the weekend. It's great, the graders are doing a good job.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through to council, just an update, like previous to operations discussing and then imposing a road ban on all of our township and range roads, we'd circulated through all the surrounding municipalities that border on the county of Stettler, discussed with them as well with Alberta Transportation how they were going to approach their graveled secondary roads that are within our boundaries. No one at that time seemed to be at all concerned. When we did see the quick thaw and the issues we were having with the road softening and the damage we'd seen, we immediately moved forward with the road ban in place. What we're seeing now is many municipalities surrounding the county of Stettler moving forward with that same road ban now in place, somewhat a little late in times as they've had damage done to their roads, and now they're moving forward to try to hold up the traffic that's running on them, the weights. So I do believe that we were timely in our effect. There has been lots of discussion with ratepayers. I know it's a busy time of the year with fertilizer and grain contracts being called and whatnot. But at the same time, we do need to ensure that just as much as the grain trucks getting down the road, when they need to get down the road, we got to ensure that they can do that and the road isn't, trashed to the point that they can't even get their product to market. So there's been lots of conversations with ratepayers, and they've been moving through the paces, working with us, and we've been trying to get out there and patch as we can. At the same time, doing as little damage to the roads that our big trucks would do as well if we're traveling at the wrong time. So by all means, we can definitely bring this back to a committee of the whole meeting with some information and our projected service going forward this summer, and we can have a further discussion then.
Yeah, well, there was a road redo we talked about last year, just kind of what that schedule, or what roads are up on it and what schedule that
Yeah,
looks like.
and we actually have our shoulder maintenance tool mounted on the grader, and we've got training scheduled for, if not this week, next week. As soon as the weather kind of gets a little more favorable, we got training scheduled for that. So we will be getting our shoulders maintenance moving this summer as well.
Counselor Stevens?
If we are going to make exceptions for the odd grain hauling for contracts or that, if we could steer them to that bright and early first thing in the morning, it's definitely a lot safer. That's how we try and handle that, and on lease roads and that, ride the crust in the morning. And the second thing, with that road that's closed, I know in the past we've used that 1.5 inch in those instances. I would like to, if we're going to try something like that, to try and use our packers immediately behind, push it in, and then reshape it. I think packing it in immediately while it's soft, when it does tighten up, will help us out a lot.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through to Councillor Stevens. Yeah, I agree. We did, the road that we do have closed to local traffic only at the current time has had 1.5 inches applied to it this spring already. And then it basically came right back again, and the damage was continued on with it as even the 1.5 inches was getting pushed into it. So we will be going back to that road again and doing some follow-up work, much the same as we did with the Bar Harbor Road last year and tightening it up. And then also in discussions with the ratepayers that are trying to haul out, I have held a 0 exemption on the ban. We've had so many varying degrees of temperature that to place even a haul between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m., as some other municipalities do, would only lead to as much damage and headache at some points in times, depending on the day. And then switching back and forth to, yes, you can, no, you can't, then leads to more confusion amongst the ratepayers, frustration when they get pulled over by one of our peace officers who are just doing their job and ensuring that everyone's adhering to the bans. So at this point in time, we have held the no exemption. It's 75% and carry on. I've had conversations with ratepayers that have stated that 75% is fine because where they're going with their loads, some of them are hauling to, out of province. They're meeting the same bans wherever the hauls are going on long haul product shifts. So it's right now there's a lot of people dealing with the same issues. So what our intention and our hope is that Mother Nature settles out. We get some stability in our weather patterns so that we have some time that we can get the graders on the roads and get the maintenance in and pull the ban off so that we can be business as usual in the county of Stettler.
Yeah, and if people are hauling fertilizer down in farm storage, it's maybe gonna have to be adjustment in schedule so that they're hauling in the winter when, like, we've had this same conversation with the hay bales and feed. Is the people gotta pick when they get them out and when they haul, so maybe this is a change, but the road that's closed right now, just to put some, it's never been in this condition before, so it's a really different year. And maybe in certain areas in our county, there's a fairly vocal ratepayer that lives on that road, and he said to me, in 60 years he's never seen that road in the condition it's in. Like, you can't, you'd rip a muffler off going down with a small car or whatever on it now, and it's never been like that. So something, the heavy loads is one thing, and it's just everything's so soft. But we'd push that through to committee of the whole, so everybody's good. Okay, new business, request for decision, approve. Pardon me? Okay. Okay, we'll move to 7.3, request for decision, Clearview Regional Bursary, page 32 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, you put the RFD together. Did you want to speak to this or Councillor Adam?
Maybe Councillor Adam.
Okay.
Okay, so this one I've brought to the county because we've been working on it on Clearview. It is a return to the county, or should I say to Clearview bursary that was put together by the Clearview community. So essentially it is every community contribute about $10,000 annually. You can, it can be more, but the 10,000 gets you a seat on the board to consider which student gets the money, up to two counselors. The idea of it is to get the student that's in their final year to have the plan to come back. They graduated from Clearview, they're returning to Clearview, and they're taking a position from their study in the Clearview area. So being that Clearview also includes Paint Earth, it incorporates the whole area, but it's to benefit our community. The bursary here is asking that the county contributes $10,000. 20 would be fantastic, so we can do 2 students. And if there's something that the county is wanting, we can say, hey, we need to have, say, a mechanic in the shop. So we would like to have the bursary go towards a mechanic more so. And that would be more the fate of that bursary. Nikki, is there anything else you want to add to it?
No, I think you've covered everything that I read, just that they're perhaps looking for counselors to be appointed to the Clearview Regional Bursary Award Committee as well as part of that, if you're contributing, I believe.
Right. So the 10,000 gets you 1 seat, the 20 gets you 2, and even if you put in 30, you still only get a maximum of 2 seats. That way it's not too overwhelmed.
Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So for the municipalities, the option of having members on the committee exists as a result of your funding. So for every $10,000 up to $20,000, you get 1 seat. They did say that villages, for example, could partner and say 2 villages do 5,000 each, and between the 2 of them, choose 1 person to be on the committee. Private industry is the one who would utilize more of this is the job I want to see recruited. Here's my money, or our money if they partnered across the industry. So this does give you a little bit more control in that you would have representatives on the board evaluating the candidates and evaluating the programs that are being funded.
That's correct.
Counselor Gano, and then Counselor Stevens.
A couple of questions. Do we know why the terms of reference are still marked draft? And if there's still work to do there, they're looking for input, or is that, or not? And the other question I had was, are there similar programs already that the county sponsors?
Andrew?
So for the terms of reference, I believe they want the fully formed committee to actually adopt them. But these terms of reference were developed with a steering committee that included a councillor of ours, Councillor Adam. And then I don't believe we directly sponsor any education, but the program was largely, or initially, was largely imitating the success of the physician recruitment program. And then some of the community associations that we're a part of, or boards like the Stettler District Ambulance, they do have a bursary, although that one's not a return to service one. That is just a local getting that education for pre-hospital services.
Thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
A little confused. I don't think there's any harm in having it in here, the private enterprise contribution portion, but I'm trying to wrap my head around which private company would be utilizing this.
The idea.
I guess my question is, if a private company needs a specific trade or skill set or certification, why wouldn't they skip a middleman, pick the candidate they want, and pay for their schooling? I don't understand why they would go this route.
Well, that is an option for them. However, if they chose to go in with this, they can they can say this is where our contribution needs to go. Then they have to fight for that student. It's not a guarantee that they would get that student.
Okay, I don't see any harm in having that portion in there. It's their choice whether they want to participate.
CEO Cassidy?
I'm just wondering if there's any coordination between this program and the one that's offered at the Drumheller Hospital, which they presented to us. And that was to train nurses, RNs.
That was their program was not part of the input. It's probably something very similar. I think a lot of communities are going this way to try to keep the little communities going. It isn't specific industry related. It's more, what does the community need this year, more so. And if it's found that we need more vet techs or more mechanics or whatever, that's where, with the grid system as well, that's where the weight of who gets awarded, that this would be put towards. It's not necessarily that if we need a vet tech, it's guaranteed that only a vet tech will get them. It's just that they would have the heavier weight on top of that grid. The private enterprise would be able to say, I want my money to go towards this type of student, though.
Counselor Nyberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, I guess, that I have. Under the bursary eligibility, it says Canadian citizen, permanent resident, protected person. I guess I'm a little What's protected person? Is somebody in police protection or something?
Witness protection.
Yeah.
I don't
If you
recall.
could enlighten me a little bit on that, I'd appreciate it.
Very quick Google search. It's a classification under the immigration or Canada immigration for refugees that would face risk, life-threatening risks if they return to their country of origin.
So, yeah, okay. So a person that is basically a refugee.
Yeah.
Okay. A persecuted person. Okay. Now, the eligibility, the applicant makes no sense because they have applied and enrolled and accredited, and then it must be in the final year. Well, it goes without saying, if you've applied, you're in your final year. I think there's a little bit of wordsmithing going on. And a quick Google search will tell you that many of the bursaries that are out there are not being applied for as it is. So I'm not sure if this is even going to be something that we can. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I'm not sure if this is going to solve the problem that we want it to solve, especially for the amount of money that is being utilized here. I guess it seems to me that it's looking like this is a solution looking for a problem, but that's just my opinion on this one. I'm not sure what we're gaining out of this. I guess I don't have the background of what are we actually gaining? Who are we going to hire?
Counselor Hunter?
Well, I think if I'm reading this right, it's there's a mechanic or a plumber or electrician going back to farm at Coronation. They're going to go back no matter if they get this money or not. It's and I'd hate to see us put in $1,000 for 10 years and we not get nothing. Or I'm more worried about them. They could do the same, and more likely we'd get them out in this area. And maybe go more the route if we want a mechanic at the shop, we'll do that ourselves. We did to the doctors. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and being on doctor recruitment, that was the part of it, is that we had to recruit doctors specifically to our area. It wasn't in their schooling, but it's a topic that's at the table on the doctor recruitment group also, is what do we do for long-term solutions? How do we try to attract local? I'm not sure the final year is gonna get it, but also the 10,000. Is there how many bursaries is there gonna be a year? Like, is there any idea from sitting on that committee, Councillor Adam? Because is it 1? Is it 10? Is it 5? Is it?
It could vary from year to year. So Clearview has said they definitely are going to do the 10,000 a year. So there's one. And the town sounded very much on board. So they would have 1 or 2 there. So that would make 3. If we come on board with 1 or 2, then that would make 5. And then if any of the villages or Paint Earth or whoever go into it, there could be quite a number of them. If nobody goes in, there's $10,000 sitting there waiting. If nobody else puts their money in. So it is a very year to year thing.
I struggle a little bit on this because we've got it's taxpayers' money, which taxpayers could have a choice if they wanted to do a bursary or a scholarship themselves. But also too, if it was a nursing situation like CEO Cassidy did bring up Drumheller, they brought in the program that if you basically fund towards that program, you can get students in from your area within a 100-kilometer radius, and then have those students back. So that, if that was what we were after, that's what we were after. As far as our mechanics and our tradespeople and stuff, they try to pick them through careers or
We trade them.
and train them. So and then pay them as we're training them. So I kind of what you said, Councillor Stevens. I do find it. I don't know about 10, and I definitely don't think 20. I don't know if it's our best spot for a system there where Clearview could be putting it in, but they're the ones training the students So I don't know. I don't know it's community, but in the same sense, I don't know what we're gonna gain out of it or what our residents are gonna gain out of it. Councilor Nyberg?
And Mr. Chair, thank you. Through to Councilor Gano, you're with the Rotary Club, and you guys do bursary every year, correct?
Yeah, the Rotary Club does offer, it's $1,000 to students that are, or we have, can't commit them, but in the past. So if we have students that are going to Vermilion, Old Agricultural, we'll offer them $1,000.
And have you had a full uptake on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know there's a ton of bursaries out there that are not being completely applied for. And then it gets to the fact that does it meet the criteria 100%? I'm leaning a little bit with Councillor Stevens and Councillor Clark about the fact that we have, if we took this $10,000 and let's say we found a young man or woman that wanted to get into the water wastewater program and we chose to go directly to them and bypass the middleman, I think we would be further ahead to do that. I'm not 100% sure why we need to have this middle person involved in it.
Well, even if the Clearview, you know, through the high school or whatever, recommended a student for us to interview or something like that too, that was showing those interests, it would be a chance to go that route. Councillor Gano and then Councillor Stephen.
I should know, but I don't. The vet plan right now, like if there's a vet, is there granting available to them? Maybe not through the county, but to others. Do we know anything about that? Because that's one profession that we might not be in too bad a shape here right now, but we could be.
Yeah, I know Painterth is offering quite a bit. Also, our ag bursary, we struggle some years to get to hand it out. I don't know if we've got many applicants this year. Plus the Stettler District Ambulance, we raised it to $2,000, 2 individual ones of $1,000 each, and we're having a tough time with uptake on it also. In the county, we do offer training for employees that join us and want to expand their career. Mechanics, water and wastewater operators. You know, we offer a whole realm of opportunities for education. If the employee's been with us for a while and shows the initiative to take it, we budget every year to pay for that.
Which one thing we did talk about, it hasn't really went too far, was the fact that it was for firefighters also.
Yes, and we were hoping to get that going. We have taken, help me here a little bit, you too, I think about 8 work experience students over the years through the high school. Most of them stay. And I think we have trained out of them a couple of wastewater operators, at least one for sure, and up to 3 heavy duty mechanics. And retained most of them. Yeah.
Councillor Stevens?
There is, like all granting, there's quite a patchwork. I know there's currently a summer student vet program. So I think it's up to 10 grand each vet clinic can get to subsidize summer student vets when they're kind of in between their college. There's another one that's specifically to northern Alberta, trying to recruit more up there. I think it's about a $7,000 bursary. So there is quite a patchwork. There is some benefits that I see to this, without a doubt. And we talked about doctor recruitment. Well, to a certain degree, we had to make very large contributions because the crisis was now. Could this be part of the solution in long-term planning? Instead of trying to pay large incentives to try and attract people, should we be trying to educate locals that want to return here, get in early? It's a bursary with a return to service. Is that a cheaper way of doing it if we can plan this accurately long-term? And that's the crux of it. How do you know what we're going to be short of in 5 to 6 years by time they're out of school and ready to return to work? But I mean, I would say that there's quite a few healthcare fields, right from doctors, nurses, lab techs, paramedics, that there's a provincial-wide shortage on just about all of them. Vets would be another one, especially the big animal vets. Is this a part of the solution? I would think that if we could incorporate something like this, then perhaps we can avoid the overpays trying to incentivize a big bonus later. But it's got to involve some pretty accurate long-term planning and to a certain degree some good luck. So I would rather see a bit of a proof of concept. If I'm gonna vote for it, I'd rather dip my toes in rather than go all in at a higher amount at this point. But I would see it as a bit of a lateral move where the community as a whole, whatever municipalities in Clearview are participating, bundle it together, and we could perhaps slide some funding from our other bursaries. We talked about the Ag Service Board bursary. Well, could we just pool that into here? I know our doctor recruitment budget has dropped back substantially. Now that we're full, do we use a little bit of that funding as opposed to finding?
We're not quite full yet. One more.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between
1 and 6.
5 and paying 1.
Yeah.
Can you rotate just the screen to purpose of?
But-
And,
yeah.
and Andrew and then Councillor Nyberg.
I was just actually, sorry, I'll keep it right here for a second for my note. I just wanted to point out for the long-term planning part, the steering committee did come to the conclusion that the eligibility for it shouldn't be until your last year of schooling. So it is a much shorter turnaround that we can say, hey, we need nurses now, we can have one next year, kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's how they addressed that issue anyways.
Just a note, I did have a young lady out as a vet, a local gal. And interestingly enough, she's taking her training in Australia because there isn't enough room in both Calgary, and Saskatchewan won't take Alberta students anymore. So there might be a bottleneck somewhere else in the system, not necessarily throwing money at the ones. We need to put money into the schools so they can open up a little bit more. I know there has been some talk about both Grand Prairie and Lethbridge doing some pre-stuff, but ultimately they need to get more spots open to make that happen. And that, I think that's the same with our doctor recruitment. I've said this for a long time. If you only have 1,000 doctors in the pool at an 8-year program, but you need 2,000 at year 8, well, you're going to be short 1,000. It's pretty simple math. Maybe even more, because not everybody's going to get through it in 8 years, right? So I think that's kind of the long-term planning that we may need to look at. Again, this money, I'm not sure if it's kind of seems to me like we're throwing mud on the wall. I think maybe we should have a more targeted approach and something we could do ourselves. Not saying that we shouldn't work with in conjunction if they sent us somebody, but yeah, I think this takes our money and gives it to somebody else and puts the control in somebody else's hands.
Councillor Adam.
So I wanted to point out, like in what you're talking about, we did have discussions about education outside of Canada. The idea is that this student is coming back to make this their home and bring their services to our community. That was our biggest thing, is bringing them back to this community, whether it is for the county of Stettler or another location within this area, and to have all of us have a seat on there so that we have shared control over this. Also, it's not just students that graduated from Clearview. It could be, say, a parent who their kids are in Clearview. They've decided to go back to school. So it would be a mature student, but they're part of the Clearview community. So that's the whole community, including the county here. um, it was really about bringing them back. Then too, when I was talking to them, the programs aren't cheap. So even those ones that are sort of sponsored, when I took massage therapy 8 years ago, it was about 9 grand a year. So right there, you're pretty well with all your student loans, about 20 grand just to get your diplomas to be able to practice. So a lot of people, when they get their bursaries, they still have a huge amount of expenses, and they're only getting little bits at a time to keep them in the community, to keep them wanting to come back for more.
Counselor Nyberg?
So that's an interesting point. I get that. Who determines whether or not we need a new massage therapist in town or a new HVAC mechanic? So let's say I own an HVAC company and I'm doing very well and I'm happy with it. But this committee then says, well, we need 3 more HVAC mechanics in town or 3 more massage therapists. And now the current people that are working here are finding their business cut in half because all of a sudden we got a whole bunch of new people. I guess who determines the need in this situation as well? Because at the end of the day, you could be pissing a lot of people off if you bring somebody in that I mean, we've generally talked about vets and the medical field, which I think you can see that that's a need. But what makes the determination of a need?
Part of that determination, so if it's a private enterprise, they would be putting their money and saying, I want it to go to this. That's private. When it comes to the committee's money, the counties, yes, as a county, we could, we know what we need, but we'd also be talking to the community. So we usually have a discussion in the community. This is what the community is needing, not what, if it's the counties and all these other municipalities are putting their money in, it's for the greater community. What do they all need?
And Ms. Chair, if I could, just I guess that is a little bit of a red herring sometimes, because when the community thinks they need and what they need, I mean, we could be putting out another business out of business by bringing somebody new in, right? Just because you may not like dealing with one certain particular business, and now we're bringing somebody else and spending money to bring them in. I'm not talking the private side. I'm talking our money, right? Do we need I don't know. I mean, everybody's got a different opinion about this, right? Do we need a new plumber in town? I don't know. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I personally find that I have that service well taken care of. Other people will say, no, there's not, right? Do you need a new a massage therapist? Again, not an issue, but some people would say, yeah, you can't get in. This one's going to be, it's a tough one for determining who we decide to give this bursary to. The
Ye-
healthcare professionals is very similar. We've had that conversation even at the doctor recruitment and retention about whether or not the doctors are private businesses. Where do we stop recruiting, right? AHS has said to us, you need X. We've said we needed this many. They've talked about bringing in pharmacists, right? Doing that with pharmacists. Again, doing it with nurses. This is a difficult situation, and this one might be just a little too soon. It's maybe been hatched and not completely incubated completely. So
But that's where we would like the doctor one and the nurses and the vets are usually the biggest ones that we can tell we're low on. So that's right now, that's our hot topic. So yes, that's where we would, as a committee, probably vote that that's where the weight of it would be looked at. But it would be looking at the whole community. What is being discussed around? Um, we can talk to the community and find out what a general consensus is, that type of thing. It's not just one person's opinion that we need to, I don't like this guy, so we need more of them to get rid of them. It is actually talking to the community, figuring out what is the community in need of, and put that as the big weight.
Are we voting on it? Well, we've kicked this thing around quite a bit, and I'll go back to what I said, is like, if someone wants, like County Stettler wants a mechanic, we're gonna recruit him, a water person, anything. At least we know where $10,000 is going, to me. I, you know, the concept of it, I think it's a good, maybe it needs some fine tuning, like James said, but like, for me, I have to go to option 3. Make a motion. Nope.
Call the question in favor?
Just be clear. Favor number 3.
Number 3. Opposed? Counselor Stevens and Counselor Adams are opposed. Adam is opposed. Uh, 7.4, request for decision proclamation of National Volunteers Week, page 40.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lorraine, did you want to speak to this?
Thanks, Councillor. CAO Cassidy, and good morning, Council. Yes, National Volunteer Week is coming up April 19th to 25th. This year's theme is to ignite volunteerism. So that means to inspire people in Canada to reconnect with their community through acts of service, civil action, and mutual support. This campaign this year responds to the decline in volunteerism by inviting people from all backgrounds to discover personal ways to contribute, whether through local events, grassroots initiatives, or ongoing volunteer commitments. So just asking for council to declare April 19th to 25th, 2026 as National Volunteer Week.
Counselor Navarre?
Mr. Chair, I will definitely make that motion that we proclaim that. One thing that I would like to add, I think Councillor Hunter had talked about having was it the Governor General or, yeah. And you thought that was a phenomenal talk. And I think, and talking about volunteerism. So I think if we could, Lorraine, have a conversation with Mr. Hunter
Okay.
and see if we could bring, if there's a sponsorship to bring her out or whatever it takes, I think that might be something that I would be in favor of as well. But I think Mr. Hunter is very much sold me on that conversation. So not very often he does, but so. But I think it'd be a good thing for our community to do that. And I don't know what that venue is, but let's not miss that opportunity. And if it is a sponsorship, that may be something I would be in favor of. So. And I will make the motion that we proclaim April 19th to 25th, 26th as National Volunteer Week.
And April 8th as National, agreed with Councillor.
Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
That second piece, does that have to be a request for information or a motion?
Mr. Chair, I think it's information that they can take back. I just wanted to kind of get it out there.
He certainly has raved about it. Not maybe today, but at other spots at tables. So, okay, and our volunteers do make our community. So, okay, we'll skip over fire up. Are you guys covering fire update or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a light one this month and it's just verbal.
9.1 fire update.
So as far as the transition from the Stettler Regional goes, the final distribution of assets is agreed to by the 2 municipalities should happen tomorrow. They've got some staff geared up to move some of the big stuff out of Public Works and distribute everything, and then invoicing will follow that. And then moving forward, unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in our application for the Heartland Regional Fire Commission to get ACP grant funding to help set it up. We're a little surprised. other projects that we thought were less desirable by the province did get funded, including some of our own. But regardless, I have been having quite a bit of support from our fellow CAOs in the villages and summer villages, and I will get that process started back up as we look to get some of the bylaws and everything hammered out to make that a fully functioning independent commission.
Councilor Nyberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now on our MOUs with all our other bordering municipalities, I know we were really struggling to get those done in the past.
Talking about mutual aid agreement?
Yeah, thank you, mutual aid agreements. So do we have to wait till the commission? I think that's what we had suggested, that we wait till the commission up and running and then get those in play.
I'm trying to avoid doing it twice for sure.
Okay.
It would be nicer to have it with the commission. Fortunately, we do already have, they're ancient, but we do have mutual aid agreements in place. The compensation from them is about 20 years of inflation out of date or more. There might be a couple that, for example, Lacombe is in the process of updating all of theirs, and they'd really like to get the new one with us signed. So we may redo or do it twice for a couple.
Just a name change afterwards?
Yeah, the second one would be, even if we just have a decent assignment clause in the existing one, we could do so via one-party notice. And that should satisfy what we'd be looking for there.
So timeline, I guess, and I don't mean to be that guy that says, okay, we need to do this now, but I would like to know that this doesn't fall off the shelf, because unfortunately, those are outdated for 20 years out of date for the reason because it has fallen off the shelf. And it was one of the items that came up to our, when we first started looking into all of this, where are we at as far as getting it done timely? Like, are we thinking within the next year, or are we talking a 2-year process?
Yeah, no, as soon as the commission is actually a formal entity, then it should be pretty easy to go. Everybody's pretty well, these aren't unique agreements across the board. There are very few changes from agreement to agreement. So it's really something we can set up as a mail merge and fire out 20 drafts pretty quick, send it out to our neighbors, and then make small revisions based on their comments from there.
And sorry if I could, Mr. Chair, and the mutual aid then is with the regional fire commission. So it would come to the regional fire commission, and that group would make the decision on or would we as council?
The commission board, if it's a commission, if not, it would be council.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing that would be the waiting aspect, because if council did the mutual aid agreement, then we would have to ship it over to the commission afterwards. So thank you. That makes more sense to me. Your timeline?
For getting bylaws and getting things running again?
No, the mutual aids in place after the commission.
After the commission, probably within a couple months, basically. And I'd like to have the commission formed and running probably by late summer. Would be depending on how long the minister takes to publish the updated list of commissions. That is what sort of puts it formally for us.
So you can tell Ivan that I've got it in my follow-up file, and I don't want it to be lost.
Yeah, no, that's
one of those things I would like to see change.
Yeah.
Councilor Gano and then Councilor Stevens.
The grant that you were talking about, what was the dollar amount that we missed out on, I guess?
125,000.
Yeah, just over 100,000. So 125. I couldn't remember if it was 125 or 115. I don't know why those numbers are mixed up. But
I can talk about the other one
Yep.
outside of camera. Okay. So yesterday I met with Clearview and I met with the town of Stettler to discuss. We had a bit of a problem brew up with the grad demonstration this year. So I wanted to meet with the other parties to make it perfectly clear, because it is a jurisdictional issue, that the county or Heartland Fire did not overstep our boundaries. We did not try to take charge or bully our way in or jump over a fence that wasn't there. We were asked to participate. Once we were asked to participate, the town flagged the jurisdiction, that it was theirs, not ours. So we met yesterday to discuss how to handle education opportunities in the town of Stettler because 2/3 of the students in the complex are county students. I think we got a consensus that we want to do it collaboratively, but we need an agreement on how to address it because basically the way the agreement reads and the mutual aid agreement is Heartland Fire can't do anything in the town of Stettler unless we're basically given permission. We can't ask for that all the time. When these situations pop up, it would be nice if both fire departments were invited to participate. And I'd like to get back to that, and it's going to take some time, but get back to that camaraderie and friendship that we used to enjoy. So I've asked, I did reach out to the town as per council's direction, asked for dates for a joint meeting in May. I said that we would draft an agreement and would like to bring it forward at the joint meeting between the town and the county for discussion.
And that was a grad exercise?
It's the rolled over car and the drama club does a great job of, pulling them out of the car and dealing with the pressures of course, an accident. And I wanted to, highlight how much the county of Stettler does work with Clearview. Through the work experience students, through the women in trade, through the ag education. We did the junior entrepreneur program for 3 years in the schools. So I want to keep that type of, back and forth and keep participating and supporting our rural families because when I was a school board trustee, 2/3 of the population was county. They said they had taken account prior to meeting with me yesterday, and it is still the same.
Andrew and then Councilor.
Yeah,
Stevens.
I just wanted to expand that it did come up in relation to fire, but the agreement we're going to propose would be a little bit more broad to cover some of those other things like junior entrepreneurship or the ASB farm safety type stuff that we've done in schools for years. Because it's section 54 of the MGA that we're looking to, and it's just services in general that need a written agreement to cross boundaries. So we'll basically talk about all and propose to the town if they're agreeable to do just cover all education in a bit more of a broad stroke format, and it would be bi-directional that the town can come into our jurisdiction for the same thing to deliver education to students.
One of the things I highlighted with Scott was he made the comment that, and Scott is the superintendent of Clearview, that, if there was a lockdown or there was a fire alarm, that he'd like to see both fire departments there. But I told him the town would be first response. And if they required our service, that of course, if they called, we would be there right away. So wanted to keep that straight because it is the town's jurisdiction. Also, Andrew and I will be talking to Troy and Ivan either later today or tomorrow, if we can find a time to fit it in, about our Heartland participating in the grad exercise. Right now, it's on hold until they find out where we're at with it. So I'll let you know as soon as we're done talking to the fire chiefs.
Councilor Stevens?
Just looking for a bit of an update on the financial side from fire. You briefly touched on this. So in our RFD, there was some equipment, shares in the building, the rescue truck, and then the reserve fund with interest.
Yes.
What did that come out with? Because we kind of had an estimate on that reserve fund, but
I can look it up.
I think my napkin math was coming in at just shy of 1.2. Is that where we landed?
I believe so, because the reserve came in a tiny bit ahead of what I was predicting. So I think we crossed from just shy of 1.2 to 1.2 million, basically. But
Yeah.
sorry, I don't have those numbers super handy. That might.
Yeah, I'm just looking them up now, and we did get. We have received all the rescue truck reserve transferred from the town. Came in at the end of the month. I should have some amount here.
Even if you just email out the number when
Yep,
you
I
do
can do
get it,
that.
that's
Or
sufficient.
even bring it to the next meeting?
Yep.
That'd be fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
You bet.
Just as an update at the next meeting, if you could.
Okay.
You want to make a motion to that effect so we don't forget?
Well, yeah, I'll probably send it out right away here.
Okay,
Just-
that's fair.
Uh,
Yeah, if you're gonna cover it before
yeah.
then, I just.
I'll move to instruct administration to bring back the final financial update with the fire split, I guess.
Okay.
And do you accept the report as information though? We need it separately? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? Okay, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Cases. Oh, sorry, Councilor Gano.
Uh, CAO and Andrew, thank you for attending that meeting. I think it's helpful as we move ahead with the town in Clearview. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Jolene here from Gitzel and Company to go through our audit. So who opens it? Is this to Jolene, I mean, right away, or is it?
Jolene probably wants to do a presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got them. Do you want to bring them up on the screen?
No.
Jolene, do you need introductions or do you? I suppose we've got a new council since the last time you've been here, so.
Yes, I think there's a few new faces.
Okay, we'll start with Greg over here.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Larry Clark.
Alan Gano,
Wade Hunter.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Janet Adam.
Bill Walker.
James Nyberg.
Andrew Prushik.
That.
Oh, Vic Cassidy. I've been working with her.
Christopher Nelson, Director of Corporate Services. Teresa, Accounting Technician.
Okay,
Gotta push the button.
Landon,
Landon Chambers, Hometown Media.
thank you.
Thank you.
And online we have Nikki Thorstensen.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, so everybody should have a paper package in front of you. I think Andrew's bringing it up on screen as well. So just a little bit of an overview of how we're going to approach this. We'll look at the financial statements and some of the attached information with it. We'll have a quick chat about subsequent events and fraud and the things that I need to check off my list. I would suggest we consider going in camera to talk about the letters and reports that go just to council. And then we typically will do a meeting without administration present and then can move out of camera to do a final approval and then take a pause to sign everything if that works with your scheduling.
Okay.
So the first document in your package should be the financial statements. We'll roll right into the title page and contents we'll skip over. The next page is management responsibility for financial reporting. This is a document that the CAO and Director of Corporate Services sign off to indicate they've provided all of the information and take responsibility for the actual financial reporting. The next page is the start of the independent auditor's report. So I just wanted to do a quick thank you to Yvette, Krista, Teresa, all the staff for all their hard work. Everything is always very well prepared when we come in, which makes it very nice to do the work that we have to do. We've got a clean audit report this year, no reservations or concerns. You will see 2/3 of the way down the page, there's something called an emphasis of matter. That paragraph is just highlighting the fact that there are some significant estimates in the financial statements that could have an impact on the numbers themselves. And the two largest ones are useful life on the engineering structures to determine the amortization every year and the estimate on the gravel inventory and the reclamation cost. So we just highlight that those are significant estimates that can change the numbers drastically if there is a change in estimate. The next page we'll start into is the statement of financial position. And we'll tackle right off the hop. You'll see on the column for 2024, it says, Andrew, you have last year's financial statements.
I wondered what was going on.
Well, Andrew brings that up, we'll chat. So 2024 column says restated. And if we go right to page 29, it should be the last page of the financial statement package. You'll see there's something there that says prior period adjustment. So in the course of our testing, we randomly sample a few of the capital assets to determine if the amortization calculation is correct. We happened to come across one where the numbers were not correct. It was doubling up the useful life because of the timeline of when the asset was added. It was spanning a 2-year project. And unfortunately, the asset itself was very large, so we end up with a material adjustment that had to be made to correct the calculations. So we've done a prior period adjustment. We followed up with further testing on the rest of the sample that we had, did not find the same error anywhere else. So I think it's just a one-off in the way this project was entered over 2 years, but we have done a correction to the prior year numbers to get amortization current to what it should be based on the correct useful life. Okay, financial assets, we're going to start in on cash, down 1.1 million. A combination of things, the two largest factors, there's a $300,000 deficit this year and 3.1 million in capital asset purchases. So all of that is driving a net reduction in cash. The next 3 items, we're going to look at the note disclosure for some more detail. So that'll be on page 19. So note number 3 takes that cash balance and further highlights that there is restricted cash. And that means it's cash that is earmarked for a designated purpose. In this case, it ties into provincial grant funds. So those have to be used for the purpose highlighted, and they're not part of your general operating cash availability. The next one is note 4, where we've got the taxes split between current and arrears balances. Current balances fairly comparable to the prior year, but a significant increase in arrears. Along with that comes a significant increase in the allowance for uncollectible taxes, and that's all driven by balances outstanding from oil field related companies. Note 4 is your trade and other receivables. So the first line is receivable from,
Joel,
yes,
we ask you questions.
you bet.
So the 3.1 in uncollectible taxes, percentage wise, just so that if we can be clear on this, if oil and gas was subtracted out of that, what would we be looking at on uncollectible taxes? Roughly, just a thumbnail. I don't need to have the full amount.
Maybe a couple $100,000 at best.
At best. So we're yeah,
the vast majority of
$3 million of our uncollectible taxes are on the oil and gas side. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Note 5 for trade and other receivables. The first line is government receivables. That's all grant funding to come in. 444,000 of it is the CCBF, the Canada Community Building Fund. 2 million is LGFF, which is your government, local government funding. 178,000 for bridges. 165,000 for GST, which is a government receivable. And the rest of what's left is mainly town of Stettler for recreation funding and so forth, back and forth. Balances are all comparable to prior year. Your trade receivables steady as usual, and reserves for property acquired, that's where people have paid an improvement levy that's still outstanding, and it's a couple year receivable. So. Back to the statement of financial position. The next asset in the financial asset section is long-term investments. There is some note disclosure on it, but that's really the county's commitment to the debentures held in the Shirley McClellan Water Service Commission. So every member has to guarantee a portion of the debenture, and that's what's there. Within the liabilities, accounts payable down slightly. Prior year held significant payable, 300,000 for gravel hauling and crushing outstanding at the year end. Another 245 to the town for airport rehabilitation. And there was a variance between the policing monies outstanding to the province of 127,000. So those were in the prior year payables, down this year to 2.1 million. Other items to highlight, if we look at page 20, there's some detail on a couple of the liability notes. The first one is employee benefit obligations. So vacation and wage accruals are up slightly. The vacation portion itself is up about 15,000. And the other side of it is just the payroll timing of when the final pay run comes through and the number of days that are accrued. I do note, we'll talk further as well, just that increase in vacation year after year can be a little concerning. We can talk about the implications of what that could look like, but just something to kind of keep an eye on. And then the employee benefit plan is the same as it has been in prior years. Note number 9 for deferred revenue, that's just outlining the grant funds that are received and still not spent. There's projects earmarked, but they just haven't been completed yet. What else do we want to hear? And part of that deferred revenue is in the grants receivable that we talked about in that earlier note, where projects were approved, the funding just hadn't flowed through yet, but it is still designated for a specific purpose.
So again, Mr. Chair, if I could ask, so the reserve funds that we have dealt differently if, let's say, we earmark a reserve fund in capital purchases for graders. We've put some money away for graders, or in public or in protective services to buy a pickup truck 1 year to the next. Is that considered to be part of that restricted funds as well, or is it just the provincial and federal grants?
No, restricted funds or the deferred revenue, that has to come with a third-party restriction on it. So provincial, federal government funding, maybe a third-party source. There was some emergency management funding, those sorts of things. If council designates use of a fund, it goes in reserves, which is part of your equity balances, not the same restriction.
So there was some talk from the provincial overlords that they were going to make it part of the fact that if you had unallocated reserve funds, they were going to hold back some of the LGFF go forward. How do we, because this will be sent to them, right? So
Yep.
how do we earmark to them that we do have that money set aside so they don't come and say, well, you guys have, $10 million of unrestricted assets. We're not giving you any LGFF. How do we
So-
let them know?
Let's go right to page 8 in the financial statements. We'll just jump ahead and I'll show you the difference.
Okay.
So the first column says unrestricted surplus. That's your unallocated accumulation of prior year surpluses that have not been designated for a purpose by council. Your second column is restricted surplus. Those are the reserves that council has earmarked either for future operations or future capital purposes. And then your equity and tangible capital assets is the residual difference between the purchase of an asset, the amortization of it over time, and the debt or third-party funding that's outstanding against it. So if the province is indicating that they're going to restrict funding or hold back cash flow, they're looking at the first column, which is unrestricted surplus. And so what you can be doing is looking at that column and determining if there are more internal designations toward projects that would move the funding from the first column to the second column as part of your reserves.
Thank you.
So back on page 4 for the statement of financial position. The other long-term liabilities, so the middle of that liability section is the next number we're at, 1.9 million. That's the county portion of the outstanding debentures within Shirley McClellan Water Commission. And then you've got debenture debt, which is the gravel and grader debentures that are held. If we look at page 21, there are some notes there on your debenture, or sorry, your debt calculations. There you go. So what we do is based on the income that's reported to the province, there's a calculation that says this is the total debt that the county can bear based on overall debenture values and the servicing capacity of the municipality. So calculations show that the county can hold 32 million in debt. It's got 8 million of its own debentures plus the 1.9 million that it has to guarantee for Shirley McClellan. And then on the debt servicing side, the calculations indicate the county can have debt servicing of 5.4 million. 1.5 of that is already taken up by the debentures and another 160,000 for Shirley McClellan. So lots of room within either component, but just to indicate that there are restrictions on what the county can bear for debt and servicing based on the income that's reported to the province. Rolling along the gravel reclamation liabilities, nothing changed there really. That's the future estimate of cost for reclaiming any of those gravel sites. And then asset retirement obligation in note 14, or sorry, page 14, note 23 is the calculation of future reclamation for assets that have an environmental requirement for reclamation. Majority of this relates to asbestos and old buildings. And every year that calculation is readjusted based on number one, it takes the prior year's figure and takes an annual component to it to say this is the next year's cost that we add until we build out a liability to the date of reclamation, which is the accretion expense in that calculation. The middle line for change in estimated cash flow, that's the variance between the current year's discount versus inflation rate that is adjusted every year. And you may see some large swings up or down depending on what your spread is between discount and inflation. So that's how that's calculated. The non-financial assets, we've got schedules for tangible capital assets that we'll get to. Inventory of materials and supplies. So out of the 8.8 million that's there, 8.1 million of that is gravel. 457,000 is supplies for public works, and 285,000 is supplies for ASB. Land held for resale, that's going to be either lots in the hamlets that are for resale, or it is part of the land base on some of your gravel sites that will be sold back to the landowners when the gravel project is complete. Prepaid expenses doesn't have a lot of variance. That's for things like your insurance premiums or communications contracts, things like that, that cross over more than 1 year of coverage and expense. So the next page is the statement of operations. We'll look at the numbers first, and then we'll kind of roll into the graphs. They just show you a bit of a picture view of it. First one for revenues is the net municipal property taxes, fairly consistent with prior years, fairly consistent with budget. It's 78% of your overall operating funding, and 67% of your total revenues, which would also encompass your capital funding from the grounds. Sale and user fees, about 800,000 over budget, but similar to the prior year. The other one that has a significant change is your penalties and costs on taxes. You'll see is up this year, and that directly correlates with the change we saw in arrears versus current tax balances that are outstanding. A couple of the financial or the expense numbers to look at. Under the line for roads, streets, walks, and lighting, that's your majority of your expense. It's 48% of your costs and comes in $1 million under budget. A few of the significant differences, more overtime on staffing side was budgeted for and not required. There were some road upgrades anticipated that didn't come through, and a reduction in anticipated costs on fuel and some of the gravel costing and projects for capital that were moved. Ag services was also quite a bit under budget. That's a difference in staffing arrangements and makeup and less spraying being done in the year. Subdivision land and development is 300,000 over budget. There were some legal issues that are included in that line item, as well as work that was done at Buffalo Sands and Scenic Sands, some picnic shelters and things like that. And the-
Jolene, I just have a
yes.
question. It might be back to staff on spraying. We sprayed a lot less last year? Or just, okay, go ahead.
I can answer that one. Yes, there was less spray that was being used. There was a lot more spot spraying is the understanding that I had when I reviewed it with Ag Services staff as well as operations. And so with the change in staffing and where staff was placed, they didn't spray as much last year and did a lot more localized where it was direct, not broadband spraying.
Do we have catch up this year then, or was it just a change in?
No, they, instead of doing like blanket spraying, they hit the areas that required it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, we completed all spray zones. So our third of the county that was scheduled, all areas were sprayed in our right of ways, as well as we did do some ratepayer spraying on private lease spraying, and we covered also the river spraying project that we were required to do, as well as the contract that we had with Alberta Transportation for the highway spraying. So we aren't at a deficit this year in our program when we move forward. We're actually going to be in a good position to kick it off and then cover even more than what we had anticipated.
No, just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to see something hit us this year. Thank you.
One of the last items in the expenses by function is a provision for allowances. We've talked about the fact that that's going to be up significantly with oil field related collections. And then we'll roll down into the net bottom line deficit of 300,000. Budgeted deficit was 1.9 million, so a 1.6 million variance positive, which is actually the same variance that was realized last year as well. A couple of the schedules we'll go to, I just want to highlight on page 12, the Schedule 5 expense by object. So this is going to show you your expense by type rather than by function or department. Salaries, wages, and benefits are 650,000 under budget, and that represents 35% of your overall costing. Provision for allowances, you can see is significantly under budget. That might be something to revisit in the budgeting process, only because that is going to impact, of course, how you drive your rates to the ratepayers. So you may want to be considering whether it's still adequate. You can see the last 2 years, you've been significantly over budget in that respect. I think that covers the majority of the revenue and expenses. Andrew, maybe let's look at the graphs at this point while we're talking about revenue and expense, because the majority of it pertains to that. So the first one just gives you a year-over-year comparison of your revenue sources as to what percentage of it comprises the total. You can see there's not a lot of change year over year. The majority of it is taxes, and then sale of goods, and then government transfers making up the significant components, and not a lot of variation percentage-wise year over year. The second one with expense by function does have a little bit more variance in it. Again, road, streets, walks, lighting, the majority, but within each of the other components, there's some slight sways across functions. So that just gives you a bit of a picture view.
Councilor Gano?
Could you give some context around provision for allowances for me, please?
Sure.
Yes.
In what respect, Alan?
What is that?
That's the annual booking of how much of the current tax balance is not collectible. So we look at what was the prior year uncollectible balance that's sitting in arrears or in that allowance. And then is there more to be added to get to the balance that's not collectible in the current year?
Thank you.
Expenses by object, just a bit of a different chart there on the next page, but it does show you what proportion of the various types of expenses make up your differences. And of course, the purple band is your provision for allowances. That's what's driving everything up this year. But otherwise, comparatively, the rest of the expenses are fairly well matched to the prior year. The dark burgundy line, it's a little hard to see. It says accretion and other expenditures. That the majority of that is that adjustment to the asset retirement obligation. That's what accretion is. So you may see that be wider or smaller year after year, depending on your rates for the calculations. Let's finish off the graphs while we're here. So we will talk number wise, but the next one is accumulated surplus. It's showing you in a 5-year view how much of your surplus is unrestricted. That's the blue band. The burgundy colored one is what you've set aside in reserves. And then the green one is the equity left in capital assets. So you can see that your reserve balances have increased a little and your unrestricted has decreased. And if the government is talking about restricting granting and cash flow, that is the direction you kind of want to be going, is reserving those unallocated funds. The next one is a line graph on taxes receivable. So it's a 5-year plotting of what the movement has been between your current taxes, which is the blue line. It has a slight increase. Your burgundy line is the arrears. So you can see 21, 22, they were significantly higher than what they have been, a drop, and now we're on an upward trend again. And then the green line is total, which is the current and arrears together, following that same kind of tracking. And then the last one, net book value, is the difference between the original cost of the asset and the balance that has been amortized into expense over time. And what you're looking at on this chart is the difference between the darker solid colors versus the lightly shaded ones. So for example, in road systems, you can see that the cost has been used up just over half. Whereas if you would go look at something like machinery and equipment or vehicles, those bars are much closer together. And that's indicative that those assets theoretically are closer to being needing to be replaced. Because if we've amortized correctly based on useful life, they're getting to the end of useful life. So some of this is going to be a planning point as to what's your capital replacement plan, what do your reserve funds look like, particularly when you're looking at road and water systems that have that larger cost and larger time frame. Are you planning adequately for when those bars start to meet?
So can I just ask a quick question, Mr. Chair? The waste and storm systems, should we split those two out? Because our waste systems are typically a mechanical system. And then you would have your stormwater systems that are more the infrastructure issue. Is that something that we should look at going forward? Because we might have a little bit of a skewed idea there, because I think we're running into that wastewater being an issue right now on one of our lagoons where it's more mechanical. And I say mechanical, it's not mechanical in the sense that there's that there, but a storm management, i.e. I think of that storm management pond in Erskine. It just sits there, we mow it, and nothing's really going to change on it, but a lagoon can have significant cost. So is that something that should be split out to get a better idea of that?
Yeah, the financial statements can have the presentation. As long as we hit the bare minimum, which is presenting the total numbers, we can segregate to whatever the desire is.
I'd like to hear from admin. She's going to shoot me or something.
No.
Okay, jump in, Councillor Steve.
I think you're looking at an isolated, oversimplified version of storm management, because that can be quite expansive when you get into gutter, that sort of thing. So curb and gutter gets pretty similar to what you're describing at the outflow of lagoon, for example. It would be comparable in scale and financial. So yes, the basic storm management in a smaller area can be pretty minimal, but it can get pretty extreme too.
Chris,
Just to answer your question, every single one of our assets is depreciated on an individual basis. It's a matter of what's grouped together. If you wanted to see all of our 3,000 assets presented to you with every single one, we absolutely could do that. Absolutely, I'll get that for you. I hope you fully read every single asset too. And so it's not a problem. It's just a matter of what's grouped together. So
This is an opportunity for us to do planning, and I want to make sure that, I mean, the reason I bring up waste is because we have had significant issues with it here in the last.
I would dare to say that those numbers are mostly comprised of waste, not a lot of storm.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You're right. If we have large wastewater systems compared to curb and gutter versus a pond that just sits there and gets mowed.
And our lagoons are in good shape, and we watch them. We just have a problem with one finding a way to empty it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
And just one more comment. As we discussed last week in strategic planning about asset management plan and capital replacement, this will be something that we'll be looking at going forward as well to make sure we're covered off with future replacement costs.
okay, thank you.
Right. Any other questions on the graphs, charts? Okay, let's go back to the numbers on the financial statements. Let's go right again to Schedule 1. That's on page 8. So we've talked about what the various columns in this schedule mean. So unrestricted surplus has had a bit of a drop from the opening balance. The restricted surplus is down a little bit. It's all indicating that funds have been used for capital purposes. Equity and tangible capital assets holds relatively constant in this case. If we look at note 16 on page 24, it's going to have the details of what your reserves are earmarked for. And so I'll just give you a minute to look through. These are the operating capital reserves that have been designated by council to make up the 14 million that's on that schedule.
If I could.
Go ahead, yeah.
So that the first line, a general decrease of $1,047,000, what primarily would be in that?
Krista, you might have a better idea of where the
Just seems like
schedule
it's,
designation went.
like I see the operating reserves, you know, they're laid out quite well, but there's this general and there's a large number. That's my question. Thank you.
I'm just pulling it open. Bear with me.
Was that the snowplow purchase by chance?
They never arrived on time.
Stop.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
Okay.
Graders, maybe?
It's all operating, so it wouldn't.
I think it's a lot of it's got to do with when we budget, that we're consciously supporting our budget from reserves, and when we pull a nominal amount outside of general.
I'm really loving my new computer. It jumped way too much there. Okay. So in 2025, There was some decreases for fire expenses with new capital setup, as well as was some planned budget reserve transfers that was part of the budgeting process. And so that's what caused the $1 million decrease. There was money put back into it, which included an airport repayment that we've been doing annually, as well as Erskine lot developments for future development that we put into reserves when we sell lots.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Okay, let's look at Schedule 2 on page 9. This is going to give you the tangible capital asset balances segregated by asset type. So within the building category, there were leasehold improvements to the new fire station or the rented fire station. Within engineering structures, there was a lagoon work, road upgrades, and some bridge upgrades that were capitalized. In machinery and equipment, forklift, mowers, a loader, SCBA air compressor system, and rebuilds on a couple of grader engines. And you'll see the disposal there. That's the old rebuilds taken out to have only one engine per grader on the list. And within vehicles, it was a couple of trucks and some modifications for policing services.
I think that was a whole grader, not just engine, wasn't it?
I think so. But
We got a little bit of heat from the media now.
Okay.
Not necessarily. People.
Page 13 is segmented disclosure. So it's just a bit of an abbreviated combination of the reporting for revenue and expenses by function and within the category type. So just to give you a bit of an outline on contracted and general services, some of the highlights in general government, that's where the legal fees reside, that's where the costs for the assessor reside, and that's where your insurance costs are. In contracted and general services for protective services, 242,000 of that is your provincial policing payment. In water and wastewater, the 852,000, 400,000 of that is your water purchases for the year. Planning and development also has legal costs included of 134,000. And under materials, goods and supplies in protective services, 182,000 on fire gear and supplies, part of that changeover process. In transportation, out of the 3.3 billion, 885,000 is for fuel, 997,000 is for gravel, and 160,000 is for utilities. Planning and development, 264,000 of those materials and supplies relates to Buffalo Lake. And if we look at the other column, the government transfers on revenue for 180,000 is linked with FCSS funding that comes in. And on the bottom side, transfers out of 862,000, that's the money flowing out, the grant funding plus the county's contribution to FCSS and the requisition for waste management. The next pages are the notes.
I just
Yes.
have a question.
Sure.
Have we always measured our protective services the same way, or is this now with the fire? Was it when fire was paid through the town? Was it different than how we're seeing on our audited books now?
Well, our other stations would have always been recorded this way.
But
and
not certainly
our
not.
sheriffs.
Certainly not to this extent, though.
No.
Okay, just if there's a change, I just thought that would be.
As far as the segmented disclosure, fire, all parts of fire, including what we paid into Station 1, would have been under protection.
It would have.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it has nothing's changed. Okay.
Within the notes, a couple of them that we haven't touched on yet. Let's go right to page 26, note number 19 for contingencies. So this lists the various areas where the county may have a liability in the future that needs to be disclosed to readers of the statements. So the first one outlines lawsuits where damages are being sought. At this time, outcomes are not determinable, so nothing has been recorded or accrued in the statements, just a disclosure that there is an outstanding issue or issues, and management has done what it can to mitigate the outcome, and at this point awaiting resolution on those issues. You're a member of a reciprocal insurance exchange, which means that if there are a significantly high number of claims in the year, that insurance group may come back and ask the county to cover a portion of the liability. There, you are a member of the Stettler Waste Management Authority, such that if they are not doing an adequate job in their bookkeeping for reserves and reclamation costing, that there could be a liability for the county to contribute to those excess costs. Stettler Regional Fire, just the disclosure on the change and how that is now comprised, no longer of a partnership between the town and the other municipalities, but a change in that structure. Joint funding operating, providing to FCSS. Again, there could be an additional contribution required. Stettler Public Library Board, similar disclosure. Shirley McClellan Water Service Commission, similar disclosure. Because you're members of those boards, you may be asked to contribute towards excess costs if they arise. And same with the Stettler Housing Authority. All of those are organizations where you're a body that has requisition for funding and could be called in for additional funds. Note 21, further down the page, are the outstanding commitments. So these are things that are maybe not necessarily on the books yet because there is no secured agreement or there's no liability based on timing of invoicing and so forth, but they are future costs that the county has committed to. So it's equipment purchases, lease agreements, funding requirements to community groups, those kinds of things. And I think that covers all of the financial disclosure. Any questions on all of that? I'm sure it was a lot to take in.
Just a note, did our agreement in the rec end on December 31st, 25?
And we extended it for 10 years.
Okay, I thought but it's not recorded here?
Yeah, it's an automatic renewal that occurred as a result of neither party giving notice a year in advance, which we had actually specifically flagged because the agreement was written a little funny and kind of miscalculated when notice needed to be provided. We did flag that in our regular review of contracts and made the town aware back in 2024, December 2024, and we both similarly resolved not to give notice to prevent the automatic renewal.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
So final question I have then to council and management, are there any other subsequent events, anything that's arisen since the December year end with respect to operations, unusual items, or any instances of fraud that might require disclosure? Good. At this point then, do you want to move in camera to go through the letters?
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I will give you a motion to go into camera with our auditor.
Call the question, all in favor? Approval of audited financial statements for 2025, page 30 of our package. Counselor Nyberg.
Mr. Chair, I would love to give you that.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. 7.2, request for decision, appoint the 2026 auditor, page 31 of our package. Counselor Stevens.
I'll move that the County of Stettler appoints Gitzel and Company Chartered Accountants as the County of Stettler 2026 auditor.
Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We'll break for lunch. Thank you. Okay, our 1 o'clock delegation is Mr. John Schofer for the Vimore Bolorama. Do you want to speak to your
Presentation?
Yeah, there's a mic right there. We'll just
I had to stand in front of you fine people.
click. Yep.
As you know me, I'm John Schofer. Know most of you. I've harassed some of you sometimes. Not to a good event, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, our Bolorama's been on for 32 years. It's it is the longest running indoor Bolorama in Alberta, apparently. And we've been doing it, like I say, for a long time. And we have participants from Alberta, Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, and the States. And we usually run about 30 to 35 riders. And our bowls come from somewhere in Alberta. I didn't write that down. A bowl contractor, stock contractor. And so we've, the sponsorship usually comes through the bowls and some major sponsors. And our sponsorship is down a bit. And we just thought that we'd give you what those numbers you have are last year's numbers, actually, of the cost. That might have come up a bit. But that's where they're at, and it's about $20,000. And we've never come and pressed you before to get extra money. I did understand that we got $12,000 this year for our hot water tank in an emergency fund. Thank you very much. But this is one of our major fundraisers. And it's good to keep going, and it's good to make money at, because it keeps our rink running for our local kids and local people in the community. So as you can see what the numbers are there, I would request that you would slide $20,000 to the Sylvan Lake Ag Society for our Bolorama to make it a great event, because it is one of the better events in the county, one of the bigger ones. And I do understand, and I was hearing you guys say there's some policing problems down there sometimes, but it's sort of hard to get control of that. I've tried for years. I was involved in it sometimes, but not always. So, yeah, I don't know if there's any questions or concerns or. And I guess the other thing is, you have given money out before, and right now you've been tied in with the town for many years, supporting their structures in town. And Erskine got some money last year for their great event that they had in here, and you got some guy said if you draw more people in, well, we usually draw about 500 to 600 people. And last year, I think we opened it up. Our dance is now a family dance. So parents are able to stay a little longer, and we all know every function. How do you make money at a function? Selling booze. So that brings in some more money for us. So yeah, it's not that we're on the end, but like I say, our sponsorship is down, and we get some money from the county because we don't ask much from the county other than a little loving once in a while.
Yeah, I'm sure there's questions. Councillor Nyberg had his hand up.
Okay, so do you have like a sponsorship list of what typically people give? And this is a one-day event, right?
Yeah, it's one day event. The doors open at 6. There's food and stuff there, and then the bulls hit the ground bucking and kicking at about 7 o'clock. Sponsorship varies from local people. A lot of local farms sponsor the bulls, which is I think a $200 fee. But there's some major sponsors that are $750, maybe it's $800 now, and they're oil companies and other dealerships type thing. So yeah, we have usually beat the bushes to get sponsors, and as there again, as everybody knows, rural communities are getting smaller, farms are getting bigger. So, but our like I say, it's usually 500 to 600 people show up there, so it is a good, well-attended event.
Councillor Stevens.
Question for staff. Can you pull up our last round of community investment? I know that we were slightly under budget. I think we earmarked 7,500 for each intake, and I truly believe this is where that belongs. So I'd like to see how far under we were. But while they're pulling that up, we can carry on with questions or debate.
I just have a question on that sponsorship. What is the rest of your sponsorship, Mr. Schofer?
Yeah,
Like you're saying 200, 750. Like, how does that total? Because
well, see, the way it works is you can be the lower sponsorship and you sponsor a bull rider, so you don't get any money out of that when the guy wins. If you're a major sponsor, you get your name on the chute. And there's 7, or I think there was 8 last year. I think they got 7 already. So yeah, there's 2 different ranges of sponsorship.
But what would that total? Because you gave us a total list of expenses.
Yeah.
And you asked us for the total expenses. So what would your sponsorship be on that already? Because
50 times 8.
then your sponsorship would be profit
Along
along with your
well, sponsorship
liquor
would be
sales.
sponsorship would be profit if you gave us $20,000.
Well, that's what you're asking for.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying what you're getting. I'm saying what you're asking for.
I thought you were implying that. So yeah.
Well,
yeah, yeah.
that is an important question.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
is.
we have a list of expenses.
Yeah.
What is the actual request? Are you requesting that we cover all of the expenses or a portion or?
Well, the best, great, because you guys are such great people, it'd be $20,000.
That number I heard mentioned a couple times.
You do have to ask for the top, don't you?
Yes, we understand that, but you don't always get, you always get what you ask for.
I know. I've been married for 40-some years.
Yeah, you betcha.
So what's your outstanding leftover balance that you need?
Well, the balance, like you say, if we get $20,000, then we put more money into the coffers, so our facilities are able to run better throughout the year. So that basically this is a fundraiser,
Right,
and the fundraiser puts money into the exercise coffers.
but you need 20,000 to run this thing approximately.
Yep.
So how much do you have up to this point with all your other sponsors? that you've
Okay,
had?
200 times 30 is 6,000, and then we got 8 times 7 is 56. So we're probably running at about 15,000 right now, just off the top of my head, just from what I know how it structures. I mean, yes, of course, we sell sponsorships, and then where do we make up the rest? Selling good libations to the great people that come there to watch.
Thank you.
With that, you,
Mike,
Sorry, last SIP intake was, we allot $7,500 twice a year. We did 3,500, so there's 4,000 left. Sorry.
Counselor Nyberg?
so part of when we do that, we get to, the books are looked at, I guess, because I mean, we don't want to be giving money out to organizations that have a bunch of money in their bank account. I mean, if you can afford to do it, that's one thing, but if you're tough up, that's another thing. Now, maybe this one's to Lorraine. Have we seen that information with the $12,000 donation? I'm not sure where that donation went to for their emergency fund on their, it was a boiler or something?
Yeah, that was, I think, out of rural development fund
But did
for
that go to the
the,
Ag Society or where did it go?
It was an emergency.
yeah, it was emergency funding.
To the Ag Society?
Yes, yeah, for the repairs, yes.
So typically, do we see the books when we do that?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, we do have money in our coffers, but as you know, insurance is over 15,000 a year. Our monthly bill from October on is close to 8,000 a month. You run that for October, November, December, January, February, 5 months. That's 80 or 40,000 bucks. Doesn't take long to gobble up, especially in a lot of small rural skating rinks are fighting it. And we don't want to get to that point where we're going to close the doors. So I know you guys aren't the bank account, but you have sponsored, as I said, you sponsored Erskine to a good tune. And as I know Erskine quite well, their curling rink has done well. Because we all know when you have a curling rink, it's almost a license to print money.
In different curling rinks, I guess. Just to note, that was a 2-week event and it was over a long period of time and there was a lot of people that were sponsored in it.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, 20,000 over 2 weeks is basically $1,500 a day. This is a 1-day event, very similar. So Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we donate $1,500 to the sponsorship of the Sullivan Lake West Ag Society Bullerama.
Counselor Stevens?
Just like to press it upon this group and every other recreational group or ag society in our area. Part of the reason why we created these policies, whether it's the community investment or the RSPF, was just so we could properly budget and manage this instead of getting 1 to 2 one-off requests every month. So it's definitely a worthwhile event. It's a fixture of the community and has been for decades. I just encourage you to come forward and apply through those set up policies, whether it's the RSPF or the community investment. And then it's a little easier for us to budget for these sorts of things and gives everyone an equal footing.
And to add to that, that the money should come out of the community investment program, to that motion.
Any other questions for Councillor Walker?
Big Valley has a one day, what do we give Big Valley?
Like for the rodeo or?
For the rodeo,
Yeah,
yeah.
for the rodeo.
It's a 2-day rodeo.
Was it 2 days?
Yeah.
2 or
2 days.
3.
Oh, okay, well,
And if I'm right, I think it's $1,500 that we give to the Big Valley. I'm not 100% sure, but
The last pay was 1,500.
And sometimes, Councillor Hunter?
Have we ever donated to the Bolorama before?
Not,
not when I was there, right? We never did.
I don't think we have. Don't think you have. No,
To the facilities we have,
Yeah.
not to the.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think it was when we put the cement in, we went through you guys, and I think we got that time $100,000 from the county back about 15 years ago to help put the cement floor in.
And what about plants, John?
What's that?
The ice plants, I'm sure.
Well, the ice plant went in at the same time. I can't remember what the total. I think the total cost was, I think it was about under $200,000 for the cement and the plant at the time.
Okay.
And that cost the county put in at the time come in toward that.
Okay. Any other questions? Call the question then for the motion. All in favor? That's carried.
You're done grilling me?
Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys. I was hoping for more, but
But John, just follow,
yeah.
get your reps to follow up with the rec board as was requested there. And
you said you've been married for 47 years?
No, it seems like it's 43.
Always hoping for more.
Later, guys. Thanks a lot.
thank you.
I won't put your name down anymore. It's great people.
Or any less?
I can be a nice guy.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we've got another call in 15 minutes, but we can, our wastewater bylaw? Yeah. On 10.1, water wastewater bylaw.
Just, what council decided when we came out of the committee of the whole meeting. I'll let Andrew run through it.
Yeah, so I tried to keep the changes pretty simple. So the simplest change is just the amendments to the schedule, and that is to eliminate the special section for the water connection service fees in Erskine, and then combine Erskine into the water connection fee for hamlets and multi-lot subdivisions, and to change that initial connection fee from $600 to $1,200, which standardizes our urban water system connection fee across the county. Then the other change I actually squeezed just right into the definitions. And this was, we have a number of communities where we have low pressure wastewater systems. So there are grinder pumps as part of each wastewater service. Historically, we've had a bit of a mix as to which ones we would replace and which ones we didn't. The direction from council was to discontinue the practice of replacing the pumps. So we have included, to add that clarity to the bylaw, included pumps in the definition of wastewater service line, as wastewater service lines are what are defined as the portion that the individual is responsible for from their house to our system.
Counselor Nyberg?
So, Andrew, on it's page 55, community facilities connection, we struck the no charge.
Yes, because I got rid of that entire section. Do we have the same in?
That's what I was just wondering.
I thought we
We-
moved it down.
I did not. We haven't had that provision in the other hamlets. So if council wanted to amend that, that would be.
I think we've had it pretty much standard that if it was a community facility, we've paid for that, and sometimes it was one off. This might be that fix that we can put it at every one of them. So
If the water runs past or is in proximity,
yeah.
which I think probably most of them are tied in, it would be
Mhm.
ones that might.
Yeah, I would imagine that by now, if we have a community facility adjacent to a water system, then it's already connected. I think our
I guess
stragglers would be those that aren't.
If we did run to where there's truck, we're talking truck fill at Westwoods and places like that, like.
But this is strictly within the hamlets and urbans,
Okay.
though, because that would be a rural service, and that has typically always come back to council
For a decision.
to exercise their discretion on.
And I know that might be, but I mean, if in the future, if there was a new build go forward on a community facility, that would be something I would think we would connect for free. Just a thought.
And one thing that does concern me on the grinder pumps is the fact that some of them, we have engineered pumps in place that are only certain pumps will fit into those systems. And where is availability, because typically it'll be on a weekend or a Friday night when somebody's sewer tank is backing up. And where can they get a pump? Because these were engineered by engineers and aren't off the shelf type of pumps where you just go and pick one up. So I think that we have to make that very clear, or where it's at, or what delivery is on these pumps, because if they can go and buy one at one of our plumbing stores in town, that's one thing. But if they can't, that I don't agree with it, because then we're putting people in jeopardy with their sanitary systems.
We are working on an info sheet, which we could either attach to the bylaw or post on the webpage, which would tell people where they could get them at. And
Is there anybody local, or is it like Red Deer?
Mr. Reeve, the Environmental Services Utilities Department, they work locally with vendors to get those pumps. Something that we have mentioned before is that there is kind of a standardized system pump that works very well. We do have some of those on our shelf just to ensure, as previously we were supplying them to certain areas. So, that opportunity is still there in the fact that we could have one, backup one on our shelf, that if something happened, that's at council's discretion, we could have it available for purchase, straight across costs or things like that, just to ensure that there would be a pump available. However, then we are still sitting on that cost.
Which
could
go back towards taxes if it had to,
Right.
It's the other part is awareness to people. If it's a $3,000 grinder pump, I think we better send a note out with utility bills warning people that if your pump fails, it's $3,000, because that could hit a lot of strapped people very quickly on what that would cost to replace. Because if they asked a normal rural person what your sewer pump would cost, Councillor Hunter might have one number, but everybody else at the table that has a rural system might have another number in their back pocket. So, typically isn't 3,000.
Yeah, just a note. I think if you were in that situation, you could have one of the septic system guys come out and pump your system out.
If you had a full house full of kids, though, that doesn't last. That doesn't.
No. I'm just saying that
for people that are expecting sewer service, that aren't used to being on a septic tank. Those in the country know that if the sewer fails, that you're on a restricted use bylaw. But typically, a lot of people moving into the hamlets and where we'd be offering the service aren't really aware of that. They think that sewer should always work. It did in town, so typically. Councillor
Gano. Please remind me, how many sites do we have that we're changing this service for?
Oh, there was like 70 in Buffalo Sands. There was 18 in Gadsby and 15 in Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
And buy more gravity?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's just about half a dozen in the Heartland Business Park.
They have grinder pumps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So but it is something that it is quite a price on a pump that somebody should be aware when they're doing their
Would,
cost analysis for viability.
would there be a communication out to those 100 people? Is that the intention?
Yeah, I think once we get the information sheet together, they are working on it and have been since the committee of the whole. Then we'll put it in the monthly utility bill maybe for a couple months so everybody can have a copy of it and hang it on their fridge and make a reference to it if they have to.
We haven't had anybody speak to us in regards to tie-ins so that we're not breaking the commitment that we've made to
Not
any
yet,
of the
no.
communities that we have. Okay. Councillor Stevens? No.
I will move first reading of the amended bylaw.
Call a question. All in favor? Councillor Hunter? You'll go second reading? Okay.
Yes, I will.
Call the question. All in favor? Councillor Nyberg?
I'll take us to third reading.
Call the question. All in favor? Councillor Stevens?
And I'll move third reading.
Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. What's that? Yeah, I see we have Jordan on the line. So is this
In camera.
This is in camera. So if I can, sorry, Lyland, you're up and down today. So I can ask somebody to move us in camera. Councillor Walker, call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
So when you're ready to speak, just tap the big button there. When it's green, it's on. And if you have a flashlight or anything you'd like to share, Andrew can put it in. I'm low.
Who are we missing here now? Vet's not here, but we've got all our counselors. Okay. So this is Vashon District Health and Wellness Foundation update on the Vashon Medical Clinic. And we're sorry for holding you up. We're just in camera on a session. So we'll do introductions first.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
I'm Larry Clark.
Alan Gano.
Wade Hunter.
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Janet Adam.
Clint Walker.
James Nyberg, Counselor for Erskine South Warden.
Andrew Grishik, Director of Municipal Services.
I'm Georgina Gaudat, and I have with me today Karen Webster and Ted Zumas, and we're with the Vashon District Regional Health and Wellness Foundation. And thank you very much for having our delegation here today. Our community organization has served the region for about 30 years. And it was born from a local need to have local fundraising for health and wellness initiatives. When Basha still had a hospital, volunteers organized fundraisers for equipment and patient supports for the local healthcare team. When the hospital closed in the early 90s and transitioned from a long-term care facility, the foundation transitioned along with it, always focused on supporting health and wellness needs of the region. It was volunteers through this organization who led our local physician recruitment and attraction committee through several rounds of those activities. And today, the Vashon District Regional Health and Wellness Foundation is helping our community in raising matching fundraising dollars for our community-owned and led medical clinic. So I thought we'd take this opportunity to just share with council what is happening at the Vashon Medical Clinic. And before I dig into that, I wanted to applaud council and your partnership with the town of Stettler with your attraction and retention efforts with physician recruitment. It's a rural problem all across Alberta, and while Stettler was undergoing those efforts, Bashaw also lost our physician. We had a sole practitioner who was retiring. And so Dr. Nischuk gave Bashaw the gift of time. He gave us a heads up that he was wanting to retire. And so instead of launching into what we typically had done with recruitment activities, Bashaw decided to do things a little bit differently than what we had in the past. We know that all of rural Alberta has difficulties with attracting and retaining physicians for multitude reasons, and I know that council is aware of all of those, as you have already undergone those efforts yourselves. But what Bashaw decided to do was ensure that we had the workforce strategy, I guess, in place that was attractive to potential physicians. So although we didn't have local physicians, we knew that we had local healthcare providers. We have RNs and LPNs and pharmacists and a whole plethora of non-physician healthcare workforce that were willing to work in primary care but just didn't have the opportunity to do that. So the working group, the Bashaw Wellness Team, which is headed by Vashon District Support Services, which is our community and social services program in the region, they stepped up, and we were able to apply for 2 Modernizing Alberta's Primary Care System grants from the ministry. One grant was provided to recruit an interdisciplinary team, and the other grant was for administrative expenses, so reception and internet and all of those things. So Vashon District Support Services is administering the grant and is the employer for an interdisciplinary team of, like I said, registered nurses, LPN, a pharmacist, and administrative staff, so two medical office assistants and a administrative assistant, all who are local to the area and already live there and send their kids to school locally and contribute to local economies. So these were jobs for local people, and we didn't have to do any any Herculean efforts to attract them. They just were already there. And then we went out and we were able to partner with a physician group out of Sylvan Lake that provided us with 5 physicians who rotate through the clinic. They provide 2 to 3 days per week of in-person appointment times at the clinic for patients. And when they're not physically present at the clinic, they're available to the team virtually. So the Basha Medical Clinic is open 5 days a week, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and currently has a panel of 1,500 patients that we serve. And so if a patient, let's say, comes in on a day where there isn't a physician that's physically present at the clinic, they're still able to have care. So the interdisciplinary team is able to see them and provide care. If there's a diagnostic test that the patient needs to go for, or blood work, the team has pathways where they can start the care process for that patient. They can go and get their blood work, and then in a week they can see the patient or see the physician if they need to. So it's really making good use, judicious use of scarce resources. We know we have scarce physician resources, and so we're trying to maximize their impact. What we're working toward at the clinic is it's a concept called geographic empanelment. And so we believe that patients shouldn't have to fight for a spot on a physician panel. It shouldn't be hunger games for physician care. Just as kids that live in a school district don't have to fight for a spot at a school, it should be a given. You live in a certain area, if you want a spot in a clinic, you can have it. And so we think that in the Bashaw region, there's about 3,000 patients that we would like to have an opportunity on the panel for them to be a part of. So I think that what we're looking for today from council is I've been going across to, so the Bashaw region, I guess, is comprised of a few different, we touch a lot of different counties. So we serve Stettler County residents, so around the lake and up north by Denelda area. It extends into Camrose County. We extend over into Panoka County and Lacombe County. And then the other 2 major municipalities are, of course, Town of Bashaw and then Village of Alex. So we see this as being a regional asset. We're a farming community, so there are lots of local residents that live outside of the physical town of Bashaw proper that benefit from this. And of course, like I said, the council is well aware of the economic driver that having local medical services is for rural areas. So we, as the Bashaw District Health and Wellness Foundation, have really supported this whole project because we think that it is very beneficial for the region and as a regional asset. If, I guess today, what we maybe could request your thoughts around is first, if council would be willing to write a letter of support to your provincial counterparts, local MLAs, Minister LaGrange, in support of the clinic model itself. And if you have heard from residents that it's beneficial, that would be very helpful. We are running on grant funding. The MAPS grants are a 2-year grant period. And so for the interdisciplinary team and the administrative grant, it's a short-term solution, and we're looking for government to be looking down the long game of this and seeing the benefit of how we're doing this differently. We think that this could be a solution for other areas, rural areas of the province as well. When I went and spoke with Lacombe County, they're pursuing RMA resolution for the fall RMA conference, and I think it would also be beneficial if I'm not sure how that all works, but I think if it is possible to connect with Lacombe County in that work, I think more voices, more rural voices talking about solutions for rural Alberta would be beneficial. I grew up in rural. I know we all came from rural Alberta, and I think rural solutions for rural patients are going to be the best. And there's going to be a diversity of approaches to how we tackle this. And I think that's kind of the interesting part of Stettler has a solution that worked really well here, and Basha has another solution that works really well for a community that doesn't have all of the different services that Stettler has. So I think the only last piece that I'd like to leave you with is having an interdisciplinary team that is local to the area. Rural people that want to work in primary care locally means that the patient, the clinic patient panel isn't going to be dropped if a physician provider needs to move on from the community. That's something that we've always struggled with in the Bashaw region. And again, it's something that I think all of rural Alberta struggles with when you have the entire practice centering around one particular provider. When they leave or move on, because life happens, and they should also have the ability to change their working arrangements and all of those sorts of things, you have a whole bunch of patients that are kind of left out in the cold. With this model, having a team of care providers that are the continuity of care means that as the workforce ebbs and flows, and if we lose a physician or we lose a nurse or we lose a pharmacist, we're able to replenish them, maybe not in a panic. Basha, with a sole practitioner, was always kind of in that situation of we lose them and we have to replace this unicorn physician that is so difficult to find. And so we're trying to create a workforce that's a little bit more resilient, I guess. So I am going to pause for questions.
Questions? Councillor Nyberg?
So the letter that you're talking about, of course, our MLA, Minister LaGrange, possibly the Premier, what do you want it to say?
I can provide some text if you would like. I can absolutely do that. Yeah, it's what I think we're after is sustainable funding for the interdisciplinary care team. So right now in Alberta, there isn't any mechanisms in place. The physician, maybe I should clarify that too. The physician funding that pays for the 5 physicians that come from Sylvan Lake is completely separate from all of this. So the local practitioners are non-physicians. There's no sustainable funding mechanisms in place for them. So that's kind of the main.
So you're doing fundraising to take care of them in the facility, basically.
Yes, yeah.
And the facility, I take it, is free to the physicians that come out?
So we've arranged with AHS. It's a very low cost lease right now. So again, those are short-term arrangements. But yeah, the physician compensation is like any other physician compensation, but the interdisciplinary team doesn't have any sustainable funding beyond grants. And so the local community is looking to match the grant dollars that the province has already granted through those MAPS grants. But as you know, when rural fundraisers happen, like Bashaw had some struggles with our arena a little while ago, and it's difficult. It's very difficult with rural to try to stretch those fundraising dollars. And the other thing that I know full well, and you guys are aware of too, it's not a municipal responsibility to fund healthcare. And so it's kind of similar with the health foundations. Usually health foundations fundraise for like physical capital assets, right? But right now we are trying to raise dollars for salaries and operational dollars.
Councillor Stevens?
Outside of your model specifically, which is unique and seems to be working well for you guys, I think this speaks to a broader topic of the primary care network and how that fits in rural settings hasn't really been ironed out. And a prime example of this, we heard it through our doctor recruitment board, was the cost for having our nurse practitioner, because their compensation was different then the physicians, having her at the clinic, it wasn't an equal burden or compensation for overhead fees. So it was kind of a mix and match solution where the province doesn't, they've sorted out their path forward for physicians, but how the interconnecting things relates, I don't think they quite have a solution for that yet.
This model that they are doing at Bashaw is very collaborative.
Can I get you
Sure.
to speak into a microphone, please?
This model that they have in Bashaw is very collaborative. They work, so BDSS, which is Bashaw District Support Services, like they have meetings with the police, with the firefighters, like they all work together as a community to kind of support what's required. And now they've expanded this into the clinic, and that's up and operational, and that's been a amazing benefit to the original support services. And it is very collaborative. Like they have meetings where they try to make the path forward for patients through all the way to the food bank. You know, like it's not just telling a patient to be on this diet. It's sort of like, okay, well, if you can't afford it, maybe we can find where that is. So what we're doing, going to the counties, is showing you this example of how it can be, because it's kind of amazing. And anyways, it's just a fantastic example of what community can do for the well-being of people in the community, and taking it on ourselves, kind of, instead of waiting for some magic government thing to do it for us, because that doesn't usually happen. But we want you to understand it, to look at this model and maybe use it a little bit, and you know, talk about it, make it bigger, expand it to the healthcare providers, because it is pretty amazing. Okay, I'm done.
Can I say something? The one thing that maybe rural Albertans, well, the county of Stettler, the people who live in the county of Stettler, benefit from this model is, give you an example. My profession is a pharmacist. I would have a patient come in to the drugstore, and because I'm a prescribing pharmacist, if that patient required antibiotics for, let's say, a UTI, urinary tract infection, I would be able to prescribe and follow up, and that patient wouldn't have to go into emergency. This model, now I'm retired, so this model now, that patient doesn't have to go into emergency. So let's say we have a rural patient out of the county of Stettler. I don't know what the wait list or wait time is for the emergency department here in Stettler. They can come in and they could probably be seen that day. Now, are they going to see the doctor? Could be, because the doctor might be there, but they can see a RN, an LPN, or a prescribing pharmacist and get, if it's an earache or something minor, they can be treated that same day. And they don't have to go into emergency and wait 5 or 6 hours to see a physician. You want to add? Okay, I'll let George.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a very,
I do have one. You currently have enough physicians. I know you had 5 rotating. Do you have enough to keep your numbers up?
Yes. And I think the expansion of the panel is going to leverage that interdisciplinary team even more. I think one of the aims that we have is we know that physicians are a scarce resource for rural. And so in order to build a health system around a scarce resource, it doesn't suit the needs of our rural community because it is so difficult to attract and retain that scarce resource. And so I think going forward, where we're really excited where this is going is we're using local resources and local healthcare providers in a different way than they're traditionally used. Like our RNs, for example, they came to us from a hospital setting, and so that's usually where registered nurses have jobs, but they're from the area and they're very happy to be working in the local clinic. The work-life balance that provides, and then they're already sending their kids to school in the community and in the area, and they're farming in the area, and it's just I guess for rural Alberta, there aren't a whole bunch of healthcare work opportunities. In urban centers, there's huge hospitals that urban Alberta has that provide a lot of those jobs for healthcare workers. But in rural places, the job creators, this is one of them for a rural job creator. So yeah, hopefully that answered it.
Anything else? Well, thank you. We'll take your recommendations forward and get back to you on it. And I think for support to Lacombe County, we can
And good on you guys for doing that.
we
It's
can
a
definitely chat.
great initiative, and thank you for coming in and bringing it to us because that's good information for us to tell our ratepayers as well.
And our resolution committee through RMA, it doesn't, well, we show a seconder.
Mhm.
So we work with Lacombe County on a lot of different issues too. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a way that a letter coming from National Health and Wellness to the county, to your office, to say, we would like you to write a letter? Because right now this is by information, right?
So if I can, Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
we'll take this and we'll make a motion to write a letter in support, and we'll go forward with that. That's the least I think that we can do.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Like I say,
You don't need, let's not complicate it by making it any more work. So yeah, absolutely.
No, I
Yeah.
just didn't know because this is for information only.
Yeah.
So
The reason I asked that question is we would like a well-crafted letter. The fact if we get a well-crafted letter, it gives just that much more influence.
Do you want to make that motion now?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I would love to make that motion.
Okay, and that would be through to
Nikki, as always.
Nikki, which I didn't introduce. She's our communications person on here through Yvette. And Yvette is our CEO that was not in when we did introduction.
We just want to get them the right information so we're all talking on the same.
So letter to put to our ministers and to the health minister.
And I think we should send it to the premier as well. Yeah. Absolutely. She's got. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
If they would email a copy to me, we would for sure take it in the communications.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in.
Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Maybe you should have got one of them.
Well, I was blowing my nose in there when they came. Sorry.
Yay.
Well,
11.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 60 of the package. Was there any questions on that? Councilor Gano?
I had just one, Yvette. Generator, I noticed a couple generator maintenance and down. Do we have a policy around how long we have things down, or do you have another one to pull in there? I think it's Botha and Erskine right now.
Botha, I know for sure. I didn't think we had a problem at Erskine. So we are waiting to get it repaired. We did price out a new one. It's been there for a very long time. but with the repair, we think we can get several more years out of it. Yeah. Do we have a policy? No.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what's reasonable around, how long can it be down and so on. I may know a utility.
Well, with
company.
Botha, we can backfeed. We're backfeeding it off the Shirley McCollum right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I
So
was wondering.
that's what I was going to add. In many of our facilities, we can bypass the pumping station altogether and rely on the supply line pressure. Erskine would probably be our notable exception where we can't. We need the reservoir in there just because it takes its water directly off the supply line from the transfer or from the treatment plant, which only operates when they're treating water directly. So.
And in go ahead.
Oh, so thank you. And just to add to that, we are working towards outfitting the rest of our pumps, like our stations, with backup generation. And with that, we are adding in a portable generator outlet as well, so that we are able to, if there is a failure at a station that has a backup generator at it, we do have the ability to use our portable generator that's housed here for emergency situations, transport it and plug in, and then offer that service to continue on if required.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
And I guess with it, the typical operations would be fine. The only thing it would create is if we had a fire, and power was out, that we would have to shovel water like we do to so many of our fires right now. So
Well, we have been working off the supply line at Botha for a while now. Basically on a request from the town, I think, not to use.
No, more that we're not supplying Botha from the town currently. We're supplying from Shirley McCollum. But before the generator repair was initiated, because we didn't want to be left in a situation where we did have a depressurization within the hamlet, we decided to move to the bypass so we didn't have to rent a temporary generator on a just in case basis, and the water pressure is held up quite fine.
yeah, and that generator's got very few hours on it, but it was put in, if that's correct, it would have been put in about 20 to 25 years ago.
It's pretty old.
When it was still the water co-op. We spearheaded it, so as one of the environment.
The new ones are scary in price, but the quote we got for repairing it was quite reasonable, with basically the guarantee that we get a few more years out of it. So.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions?
Move that report.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. 11.2 finance reports, 11.2.1 year-to-date budget, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation for February, 11.2.3 payment registers, page 110 to 132. Any questions on those that they haven't been sent in? No, Councillor Nyberg had put a question in on a payments.
Right, and it was answered, I see.
Yes, yeah, it was answered.
Absolutely, as always. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
I'll move that we receive the financial reports for information.
Okay. 11.3 Councillor fee sheets, page 133 of the package.
Need to vote.
Oh, call a question. All in favor? Sorry for assuming that there was no other questions. I was skipping a step. I shouldn't. And Councillor committee reports. Our fee sheets is 133 to 139. Any questions, concerns?
I'll move acceptance of the fee sheets.
Call the question. All in favor? That's carried.
On the committee reports, my apologies, I screwed up on the title of one. So copy and paste error.
Okay. It's actually funny nobody jumped on that when you made the mistake like that.
Well, I also made a mistake on my fee sheet and missed a day, but no one jumped on me for that one either. So it slid under the radar.
Hard to argue with you over a fee sheet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the White Sands gave up the update on the boat launch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, ambulance, White Sands,
Yeah.
about the same.
Any questions on any of the other ones that? Counselor Walker, will you accept for information? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Then we are back into in-camera session, and part, I believe, we need Sharon for it. Well, we can get started on in-camera and.
Yeah, Bill 28,
Oh,
if you want.
Counselor Nyberg,
I'll take us in the camera.
call the question, all in favor? That's carried. next meeting is scheduled for the 22nd at 10 a.m. And one last motion. Counselor Hunter or Counselor Walker? What would that be, Counselor Walker? Call the question, all in favor?